before you is the bounty of history.
Thank you.
something blessed? Cursed, perhaps? Stay on the path. Heed no evil.
like something appraised?
Something blessed? Cursed, perhaps? You will be back. The stars do not lie.
Okay, now it's on the right thing. This has probably been the worst stream ever. I'm so stupid. Uh, so what happened was I accidentally knocked the USB because I don't really have. I gotta run it behind my desk for the mic, but I knocked the USB out of the actual computer. So I think I was getting no audio, or I was getting it through the mic for the headphones, which is like way on the other side of the desk, so it's very quiet. So I apologize. Well, crap. I was gonna say I was looking at how to mute it, so I go to the bathroom and people not hear me like flushing the toilet. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, I apologize. Uh, that's embarrassing. To make up for it, we're beating a level 10 when we get back. No elixirs. All right, let's do the damn thing. Alright, I'm back. I actually think I have the volume working. And we're going to do a tier 10? Kind of forgot. Tier 10. My girlfriend had to call me and let me know that Taylor Swift has been named Time Person of the Year, which is extremely important, obviously. Alright. Tier 10, HoTA. Again, no elixirs, no incense. We're seeing how far we can push it without that, and then we can kind of pick and choose what we want to use. Slash, like I said before, go back to level 1 or level 2 and actually level up the glyph, because that seems to be the most efficient method. Alright. Level 10, the size we got so far between this and Pulsar work. God, I really gotta stop calling it that. Ball Lightning Sorcerer. Pulsar work. Alright, yeah, they're pretty tanky. Alright, so I'm seeing the limitations of both these builds I built so far, and obviously, I mean, I kind of thought nothing was going to be perfect, but for the sorcerer build, it is the actual, damage reduction slash, tankiness of it. For this, we seem to have plenty of that. The thing is more the inconsistent damage because we're relying so much on pulverize. The good thing is we actually do have a decent amount of healing with our skill tree, so we are kind of able to survive until we get that big hit off, at least so far. And then I do again have iron skin. Like, I mean, I should have used it earlier because you gain more benefit from it, but every about 12 seconds or so, that gives us a pretty nice safety net, I guess you would call it. And challenging shout. I definitely have to be smarter about which shout to use when. Before I would, I'm trying to use. Thank you. Okay, yeah, this is getting difficult. So this is tier 10, and again, our glyph is only level 4. So I mean, we're missing a lot. We're missing not only damage but also DR because of where we have it. And we're still ahead of this bar. So again, even in this level 10, time is not the issue. We are running out of healing pots a little bit. And for mine, we got 3 of them. That is also something that, I mean, I haven't thought about how many healing pots I have. And I mean, since probably pre-season when nightmare dungeons were actually like difficult, like kind of like this, but yeah, ever since then I haven't really even thought about them. So it is interesting to see that we do have to keep an eye on that and actually like go out of our way like this to pick it up. Watch out for that guy's explosion. If you're watching my stream yesterday, you would have known that their explosions are pretty deadly somehow, some way. Yeah, I mean, our like I said, our damage isn't great, and it's the basically the one weakness. There's 2 weaknesses, I guess you could say. Well, I guess it kind of solves for one. I was gonna say the one weakness is getting disobedience up. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but if it takes us this many hits, we have disobedience up. But the other problem I was gonna say is the kind of somewhat inconsistent damage. Not somewhat, it is. Like our overpowers do so much. Our regular hits still do a ton of damage, but it's just not anywhere. I mean, in the same realm of damage. Can I grab it? Dude, thank you. hell, like step away and grab it. But yeah, it's just waiting for the overpower. So it depends on how much damage you do for the pulverized druid, because we overpower every 20 kills, plus I think 3 or 4 other sources of overpower. I forget how many. You know, if we're able to kill these trash mobs easily, then it's gonna be good. But then again, we're gonna get stuck on the elites, and they're the ones that fill up the bar by far the fastest. Sorry, I gotta look at where I'm going. Yeah, even again though, I feel like I was gonna say I feel like I'm moving slow, but I mean I'm still outpacing this bar by like a very significant amount. So again, time has not been the issue. So I think there's 2 things that are massive, at least in my opinion. So it is it even worth like wasting time on that guy? So I guess we'll figure out also like strats as well too. Who do you want to go for or whatnot? The 2 things I see are okay. We have the resilience of vampiric power in here, which is actually super nice to be able to use. So the 2 things I see are damage and damage reduction. Not, I mean, so you want to be able to hit the armor cap and the resistance caps, but specifically for the non-physical damage. So with the armor cap, you're gaining 85% resistance. I think people did the math. At about the level 25, you need about 1400, which, I mean, I don't have my disobedience right now, but, or all of it, this is what I was saying before, but I'm still about at that number, and especially for this level, probably good. But, oh, maybe I should have said that for the boss. But, the non-physical, it grants us 15% less even when we're maxed out. We only get 70% resistance. So I think DR is at a premium. Obviously close, distant, whatever, just straight DR. And then I think obviously damage is at a premium, but I also think, I mean, that glyph does give us just massive increases. It's just an absolute grind. So I would say if there's one thing to like keep your eye out for, I think it's DR. I think it's damage reduction. Every time that happens, I think I die. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let me pop this to get some more life. Okay, so I'm gonna watch this back again. I keep doing this. So what I got here, I'm smashing. There's some DR over time. I'm about 3/4 health and then I die. I just watched it back. That is frustrating. There's no real mechanics. They just have like the basic elite enchantment. So if they have fire goes around. If they have vampiric, especially at higher levels, good luck. That is frustrating. I mean, like, it's not like I think I could definitely beat a tier 10 even at this point, even with our glyph at 4. But I'm not gonna lie to you, the way that works, and it's not even with this huge life pool. Maybe I didn't have disobedience stacked, but I think it was more the elemental damage, which I'm 0.1 away from being fully capped on everything. And I think that was fire anyway, so I'm capped on that. That feels frustrating, And it's happened to me now, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 times between this and the sorcerer. And to go through a whole level and then to die like that, where it just feels like you basically get smashed, does not feel good. And I guess the thing is, like I said before, so when you're fighting Uber Lilith, you can get one shot, obviously, very easily. Obviously, different builds won't get one shot and whatnot. But there's a very clear pattern. You can learn that. You can avoid her attacks. You can get very good at the fight. These random Bloodseekers that spawn are not like that. They're just like in your face, elemental damage, physical damage, and you just die. So, I mean, there's one obvious change we can make, and it's to go to Selig. And, I mean, I guess that's probably the move, because we're completing this in plenty of time, so we can lose some of the damage, I believe. Don't really want to do that right now, though. I'm just getting... Like, what else can you do besides Selig? Maybe I wasn't at the armor cap if I go back and look, but with Sorcerer I have in, granted I don't have this insane life pool, but even so, if I'm at the armor cap and this insane life pool, and that was only level 10, and unless you put this glyph in a spot, so I have it here, unless you put it like, let's say, like down here, so you gain more armor, but then again, you still be hitting the armor cap, so there's like, what else are you really supposed to do? Besides grab more damage reduction, which again is why I think it's such a good spot for this. Not only for the extra damage, but also the DR from close, which I'm not sure how that affects, like, I don't think anyone's been able to figure out non-physical damage, like the lightning pylons that are like away from you, but the actual enemy is close to you. Again, confusing, but DR is good. It's just a little bit confusing, and I'm not gonna lie, that at the end has definitely been my biggest frustration. Also, by the way, if you want to see if this works on all gear, you can see I just died 100, whatever. That has been my biggest frustration. I've died a lot of times at this. Granted, I'm pushing a tier 10 with the low level glyph. I guess the point is to level up the glyph. But again, if you're using a class, so far the two I've used, and I've actually moved the sorcerer one, I have it still in the build planner, I posted a comment about it, to damage reduction from burning. If you're not using this in something with DR, I think you're toast. So I don't think this is necessarily completely about where you can get the most, in this case, strength, or in other cases, your core stats, let's say druid willpower. I think you gotta take it wherever you can get DR. And if I'm looking here, I guess we could get this. I think, which I wouldn't put it there, but yeah, I think that's the only other spot where we can get this working for DR. And it's only close. And like I said, I think what's killing me is I think that the elemental damage is being pretty brutal on me. I don't know. Okay. Should we try one more 10? Let's try one more 10. Because I think we can do it. If I die, I'm probably going to die at the end again, which is really going to piss me off. And then, if we beat this, we'll try an 11, which is going to start getting really tough, but we're going to have to farm this glyph up, so we're probably going to go back to 1s and 2s. I don't know if I should do this or the ball lightning. I can't really do bold because it's so much XP. Also, maybe I do switch off Edge of Masters for the other one. Just for like the basically like super hits essentially, because was it 20% more multiplicative we're able to get with that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I mean, this class, don't get me wrong, it feels, whoa, I can't see anything. It feels great. I would say honestly it feels better than Ball Lightning. I think just because of the tankiness of it. The damage is probably worse, but specifically, and you know, this isn't like shocking news, the weakness of it is the consistency of the damage. But that's also why like I put those points into Outburst to keep the disobedience up. So like right now we're fully armor capped. And I'm using to Balts. Let me after this actually check out. So they're in one of my spare. Like I have like separate characters made just for storage for the season. Cause I know exactly what I wanted. I could probably start getting rid of them, but there's not really any point at the moment. I forget what they're called, but they're pants that give you a significant non-physical DR bonus. I think it's up to 10%. I'm going to look at them after this if I actually decide to remember. Okay, yeah, so now we're struggling. We're not struggling with the time. We're still ahead of the time, but as we've gone up, it's stuff to become more of a factor. The first few levels, it was, I mean, essentially irrelevant. Yeah, see, my problem is with an elite group like this, when I'm not getting overpowered, it's taking me to get an overpower to actually kill them. If not, I'll probably have to hit them like 30 times. When I get the overpower, it's obviously doing huge damage. Or not. When I get the overpowering crit, I guess I should say. Yep, see, he went from 3/4 health after about 15 hits to 0 health. So that's the biggest problem with this class, is the inconsistent damage, which I think you can get away with because you're on a timer. It's not like you have to kill that specific monster in a certain amount of time. It's just in general. But the problem with that is, I think against the bosses, when we don't kill them and we just start taking damage, we definitely got to try to separate them. I'll try to do a better job of that this time around. But yeah, if you're not obviously hitting for the overpower and it's taking you forever to kill them, then this is like I said in my prep video. People were offense, and yes, to a degree that's true, because I have to kill these guys fast enough, but the longer it takes you to kill enemies, and if you can't one-shot them, even with HoTA barb, you're going to be taking more damage. So in my opinion, that's why I was saying, like, damn it, like, I said before this, and I stuck to it to some degree, I just didn't think it would be this severe, that damage reduction / armor / resistances are going to be at a premium. You're going to need the best you can get in that. See, like right here, like I'm absolutely mashing. I got probably an overpowered crit there. Again, I have the damage numbers off because it's literally too hard to see. Like, I don't have any other words besides that. The only tough thing is with that off, it's hard to see like when my overpowers are going off and when they're gonna go off. I guess I gotta pay more attention to that little bottom bar there. Okay, so there's a channeling shrine. So if I am a smart person that can actually do this, I save that. And this is honestly my least favorite thing about it is I save that for the boss fight, and then I just mash them. So it's right back there. Or we're gonna be too far away from it where it doesn't make sense. Like I said, you see that even like lightning right there? I feel like the elemental damage is brutal. For lack of a better word. Like I don't know how else to explain it. Let's see, our challenging shout helps, but also, yeah, my damage definitely now seems to be lacking. Maybe I gotta go to Earth Striker because I'm having to use Lunging Strike a lot more. And I guess maybe I get a second pair of boots, but I need the same resistances on it, and then switch over that utility aspect to the boots and drop the movement speed for bossing. I feel like I want that movement speed during this portion of it. Let me get away from that. I'm attacking you. Thank you. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing my overpowers right now. Like I said, that's okay. So let me do this. So we still have 3 minutes left. So we're not really up against the clock. Unless it takes 3 minutes to kill 3 bosses, which I guess it could. But Jesus Christ, they're doing so much damage. And this is with like challenging shout up at all times. Because I have this the shrine. Yeah, I think interesting. I don't even know what to say besides it. I'm almost at healing pots. And I think it's the elemental damage. It's obviously hard to tell because they're doing both. Oh. Wow, I got a challenge? Let's see what that challenge gets me. Complete level 10 of Abattoir Zir. That was pretty difficult, no? Let me go down here. Complete level 10. Oh, it gets you absolutely nothing. Oh. Huh. Sorry. Alright, so level 10 gets you 3,900. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And to get from 5 to 6, there is 200 levels of this thing. To get from 5 to 6, it is 1,500. That is... It's too much of a grind. I think you could justify it way more if it was across all of your characters within the realm. I still think it would probably be too much, but with it just being per character, I mean, I'm going to have to make a choice. I think I have the ball lightning up to 4 or 5. I mean, I'm basically just going to have to make a choice which one I want to go with. I don't really see what else. I'm not getting both. It's ridiculous. It's frustrating because they can do so much well and then ruin it with just some mind-boggling decisions like that. And I understand you want it to be a grind, but most people who are going to be grinding this event have at least one alt, if not more, specifically because you put in Duriel and you can get certain unique drops on certain characters, so they'll have at least one alt. So by you doing this with the glyph XP, you are essentially saying you just go with your best character and that's it. And I think that would be fine if you came out with this at the beginning of the season, but not after people have halfway through the season not only made alts, leveled them up, got good gear for them because it's been half a season with literally nothing to do but farm Duriel because your Nightmare Dungeons were a joke. Uber Lilith was a joke. Duriel is the biggest joke, is just a loot pinata. What was it difficult to do? Everyone was just grinding out Helltides and Whispers and getting the eggs and getting gold, and or using that gold to buy more Duriel mats to get the gear they needed. So I mean, so I'm on level, what I said I was on level 5. And I just got to level 5. I know where I gotta do, I think I would have to do, level 10 was that a level 10 I just completed? I just got a recipe? Yeah, it was level 10. So I'm gonna go up below. Level 10 was really hard without this thing leveled up. And I would have to complete that 5 more times, again, without dying, or else you lose your sigil powder. And like I said, lucky for me, I have a lot of it. But most people aren't going to have as much as me. It's just not, I think it could be a pretty easy change, quite honestly. With just adjusting the XP rate, and or probably both to be ideal, having a count across all your characters in the realm, in the season 2 realm, whatever it's called. I don't think that should be that hard. I think it needs to happen, quite honestly. Or else, I mean, listen, I'm a grinder. And I can't even picture myself at this point getting it to level 50 for 1, because it's going to take so long. And I mentioned this before, it's around the holidays. People are doing stuff, and I play more than probably 99% of the people that play this game. And I'm having a tough time even picturing leveling up one glyph, or one character's glyph, to level 50, let alone the 5 characters I made, because there was nothing to do in your season, and I thought this was the big endgame content, and which it is, and I think it's a decent job doing it, but I'm not going to be able to use all these characters. Like I said, I think I have to pick 1, maybe 2, so I'm thinking between, obviously, HoTA and Ball Lightning, which appear to be the strongest builds in the game at the moment. And I just kind of got to run one of them. I guess maybe once I get that one to 50, I switch over the other one. But then if I don't keep leveling up the glyph, I probably won't be able to beat level 25. So it's just like, I don't know. It feels like grind for the sake of grind. And like I said, I don't think I would mind this nearly as much if this came out at the beginning of the season. So instead of people having nothing to do and creating alts, which your grinders that are going to be getting up to probably not level 200. I don't know if anyone is even going to reach level 200. It's so insane. But maybe close to level 200. Those people are creating alts and doing different things and getting a bunch of builds ready for Abattoir 0 because there's literally nothing else to do but grind or farm Duriel in the game. There's no incentive to do tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons, and they're easy. There's no incentive to do Lilith, and she's easy. The incentive to do Duriel is obviously the Uber Uniques and the 925 guaranteed rolls. But this, the incentive to do it is to power up your glyph to make it better. But again, like I said, you only get one title. I'm just like talking through it all. And it's just, I don't know. I feel like it was, the idea is there. It is good. It is good. It's challenging. I've had fun with it so far. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I'm seeing I'm low on health. Where is this low? Yeah. Hello. It's been challenging so far. I do think it needs some tweaks, specifically like those blood seekers at the end that I'm able to do so well during the rest of it, and then just insta die to them sucks. I think the elemental explosions kind of suck as well too. But besides that, the concept of it is fun. It's challenging. I like it. I like leveling up this glyph. There's just issues that need to get ironed out. And I know they said this, they literally came out and said it in that campfire chat that this is essentially a test run for like evergreen content, basically, to keep coming every season. But if you're going to do it this way, and you're going to have the glyph only level up with the one character, it needs to be from the beginning of every season. There's like, because we have now 6 weeks to level up this glyph, and like I said, I play this game more than 99% of the people, and I don't see myself getting 1, let alone 2, all the way up to level 200. I don't even see myself getting one of them up to 200 with the way this XP rate is going. So I hope they fix it this season. I don't think they will. The theory is good. I'm just a little disappointed because it's so close, I feel like, to being so good. So the changes I would make, and I'll probably come out with a full video on this. 1, I would make the item power of gear, the item power that drops, I would increase it each 5 levels and maybe add an extra slot of gear too. So let's say level 1, I think it says 900. Level 5, 905. Level 10, 910. Level 15, 915. Level 20, 920. Level 25, 925 guaranteed. And I think each 5 levels you add a slot. I don't know if they can't do that for whatever reason, but that would be more incentive. My second suggestion is to make this glyph go across all your characters. It's already so hard to level up. I would also buff the XP glyph rate. I mean, I don't think you have to make it crazy. I think I'm fine with it being a grind, but this just seems like way, way too much, especially since it doesn't transfer over to different characters. And then I think we have the 1 title you get for completing the level 1, I believe, and the 1 title you get from completing the level 20. There needs to be other cosmetic rewards for being the higher tiers. People like that. People like being able to show off. So if I got, let's say, like I said before, if I got a cool ass bag trophy because I had beaten a level 25 at some point during this season, that would be cool. And also, again, it should come out, if it's going to be this much of a grind, it should come out at the beginning of the season so people can work on it throughout the 3 months of a season. Maybe they didn't want people getting bored, it didn't have it ready, I'm not sure. But that's my opinion. But like I was saying, so this is obviously, I mean, this is a store-bought one, so it's going to be cooler than anything they were released for free. But give us something, like I said. So my best idea is a back trophy. And have it look like this. And like I said, if you beat a level 5, maybe you get more flames up here. If you beat a level 10, you get more spikes and more flames. If you beat a level 15, same deal, and on and on and on. Or at least give us mounts, or trophies on your mounts to show. People like to show off. Like, I would feel cool. And that might be sad if I had, I don't know, let's say it was a Zer's head for beating a level 25 hanging off of here, just for argument's sake. That would feel cool to me. But I get they're testing stuff, but I've said this earlier on, you're testing stuff now a half a year into the game being released. Like, how much time are people realistically willing to give you? Like, season 2 was kind of like your last shot, and you did a good job with season 2, and this was the right idea to add to season 2, but you kind of butchered it, and you better fix this and do a lot more for season 3, or you're going to lose a lot of people. It's just the facts of it. I mean, it's been a rocky road since the release. I think the game is awesome. I think the graphics are incredible. I think the gameplay is incredible. I think the atmosphere is very good. I think the new expansion, which apparently is going to be this area down here and be jungle, will be literally perfect because you got kind of the snow and the swamp and the desert. And I don't even remember what's up here, I'm not going to lie. But sounds very, very good. Sounds fantastic, honestly. Sounds like you're doing the right things. But if you don't switch the things with the core gameplay, like incentive to actually play the game, incentive to try harder content instead of just farming the same easy, mindless content over and over and over again, and if you don't switch the itemization, which they said they were doing, like for example, I mean, I don't have this unique amulet. This is actually literally one of my favorite parts about running this class is I can use a unique amulet. Finding an amulet with the right affixes on it for other classes, unless you're buying it off of like Diablo trades, is the biggest pain in the ass. You could go not only just to level 100 without finding the right one, you could go for another 100 hours after level 100 and not find an amulet with just not all 4, but 3 of the red affixes you need so you can roll the 4th one. It is the biggest pain in the ass. And then when you actually go to roll it, there's so many different things that can roll in amulets because you can roll offensive, defensive, that's offensive, defensive, but that's like 70% of the aspects in the game are the affixes in the game. You can roll them a million times, so you'll get, let's say you want total armor, you'll get damage after dodging and fire resistance. So get damage after dodging and +6 willpower. It's just, I mean, I've spent millions and millions and millions and billions re-rolling certain items. Just because once you get so deep, there's like no turning back. It's like I might as well keep going and try to get it. And it's extremely frustrating. A long rant. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'm gonna grab a little snack and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Grab this. Okay. One I just had to snack on some Dots pretzels. Wait, is that guy just popping? Let me get some of that. Yeah. What do you get? Fire, shadow, increased armor. What elixir is that? That seems very good. Again, I haven't really been... I do have a ton of mats. But I haven't really wanted to spend them yet because I want to spend them pushing the higher tiers. Obviously, I can craft a ton of them. They only last for 20 minutes, though. It's like 2 runs. I don't know. And with the way this thing works, so I haven't used them yet, but like this one I'm looking at is very good. This one is great. And you can have one of each tier. So this is a tier 3. I think this is the only tier 3, if I'm not mistaken. It's a tier 1. I don't know why that's there, because the tier 1's usually at the bottom. But yeah, these are all tier 2s. So like all stats. If you're using a Thorns build, that would be good, obviously. Certain resistances, which is nice, and they're max. So like, not specifically with this build, but I think with my rogue, I'm using a sapphire and a topaz. Could be wrong. And I'm also using a diamond. So I could get more armor easily by like popping one of these for like lightning and cold is what I need. And then swapping in swapping in skulls for them or something like that. So yeah, that's definitely something pushing higher tiers. I'm kind of saving it for right now. I'm also interested in those new elixirs for the midwinter event, which comes out in a week, I think. Let's say 6. Yeah, I think it comes out on 13th. So I think it comes out in exactly a week. But yeah, some of these are really good. And again, I haven't used them. Like 500 life. Very nice. And again, this is a type 2, so you're able to use... This is a type 1, so you're able to get 200 armor, 500 life, and 40 to all stats, and 5% to crit and overpower, which specifically for this build to be fantastic. But I kind of want to save them for pushing the higher tiers, and to do that, I think we're just going to need to farm 1s and 2s of the lower tiers, which kind of sucks. Although, we do have this on, so let's try... we beat the 10, right? Yeah, we did. So let's try an 11. Let's try an 11. Again, we have nothing on. You know, if we fail, we fail. Basically trying to see what our limit is right now without the glyph maximized, and then once we get up, let's say to level 10 and we get the bonus to the rare node and obviously also the big bonus to our damage, then we try to push it. Oh no, the spiders, the dots. So as you can see, it definitely does, it doesn't, they said it in the live stream, it's about the difference of like 4 nightmare dungeons per tier, I think is what they said. It's like kind of the equivalent. So I was going to say, it definitely doesn't feel like if I go up 1 tier, and if I go 99 to 100, they feel identical. Like for all intents and purposes, obviously the 100's slightly more difficult, but if I were to put gameplay side by side and without having the monster level, most people probably wouldn't be able to tell because they look identical. This, you could definitely feel them being more tanky each level you go up, for sure. Now, so the actual damage output, I think I actually don't think it's going up too much. I just think it was very high to start. So like I still think DR is at a premium. But yeah, as I've gone up, I still feel like the actual output of damage, maybe actually that might be a lie. From the Bloodseekers, it has felt like more between this character and my sorcerer have definitely felt like I'm getting one shot way more, and that might just because I'm not like on level 1, I'm just killing him instantly. But that is the one thing that has felt like I'm taking significantly more damage. Everything else is about the same, it feels like, but it's very high. It's a very high bar. So I still think DR is at a absolute premium. Like, obviously hit the resistance caps, hit the armor cap, and then just DR basically everywhere you can get it without sacrificing too much offense. So I think, I mean, I know I'm going to end up tweaking my builds. I've already tweaked this one and the, the Sorcerer. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out. It's updated on the D4 planner. But yeah, it's interesting because I think that's why, I mean, the Shaco is, I mean, we knew it already, but it's godlike because not only you get that huge increase to damage, but you basically essentially get the aspect of might at all times is what I like to kind of equivocate it to, is you get the aspect of might at all times because you get a 20% increase to your damage reduction, which is exactly what the aspect of might does. Might does. The only difference is you don't have to cast a basic skill. So a class like this, where I mean, we probably are casting about once every 6 seconds anyway. But like the Sork, I actually don't even have a basic skill on the bar. Or, I mean, like the Bone Spear Necro, we're rarely using the, what is it, Bone Splinters? I don't even know what the basic skill is called. But things like that, I should pay some more attention so I don't die. Yeah, things like that are going to be huge. So I'm going to say for most classes, Shaco might be like, to get the highest tiers, it might be mandatory. And I'll go into another problem with this. And again, I gotta get these like positives and negatives concise because I do think there's a good amount of both. But I gotta get them concise and I'll make it into a specific video. But another problem is so they made it possible to farm Ubers, so I'm actually okay with them. I know some people have more time than others, but those are the people that are pushing higher tiers anyway. But, oh god, that dots damage, holy crap. Sorry, one sec. Jesus. Alright, let me take a minute. I got plenty of time. So having Ubers be a requirement to be the highest tiers, I actually don't think I have a problem with the way things are, with Ubers dropping at the rate they are. What I do have a problem with is people not being able to get the Uber they want. So, like I said, I think Shaco, especially with that DR, is going to be basically mandatory to beat the highest tiers. The thing is, people end up getting 3 Doombringers or 3 Seligs or Starless Skies or Ondarials. I know people that have done over 2,000 runs and haven't got a Shaco. I was lucky enough to obviously get it, but the dupes and the lack of specific target farming, I think, is more the problem if you're going to require these to beat the highest tiers. I don't really have a problem, honestly, with the drop rate or anything like that, but I think there should be, my idea is there should be 3 bosses, so, or 3 like uber unique bosses essentially. So one should be for armor, so that would just be helms, yeah, just be helm. One should be for jewelry, so that would be the amulet and the ring, and then one should be for weapons, so that would be the Grandfather, the Doombringer, and the Averion, depending on obviously what class you're playing. But I think that would solve a lot, and if they don't want to do that, The other option is maybe trading 2 Uber Uniques for a certain Uber Unique of your choosing. So, like, let's say I had 2 Andariels and I have no desire to use it, and I just want a Shaco. So I trade in 2 of my two of my Andariels for 1 Shaco. Seems pretty fair. I think a little bit weird. I think the first option would honestly be better. Oh, brother. Okay. These guys are doing... Give me a second. Okay. I gotta separate them. I need a shrine. Shrine, where are you? I'm so sorry. Oh no. Now I can't find a shrine. They're usually everywhere. Yeah, so these guys are tanky, and this is level 10. I really wish to set it on the side. Alright, I might just have to go fight him. I only got 2 minutes left. I guess the first time's been an issue. That's because I just spent the last minute searching for a shrine that apparently doesn't exist. At least they're a decent ways behind me now. So even if I get the shrine, if I go back to them, I should have saved one. Realistically, that's kind of been the strat. Alright, this map just keeps going and going and going. So I keep thinking there's got to be a shrine somewhere. Nope. I think I'm about to approach the boss room for this actual dungeon. Okay, yeah, I only got a minute left. Okay. Let's fight. Game on. Oh. I'm watching it back right now. I'm on a couple second delay. So we'll see what happened here. So he throws a bunch of fire. Yeah, I just get melted. I mean... I saw Rob beat a level 15 with the gear swap, but I also think he had a shrine buff active. I mean, if I go Selig there, I lose damage. I wasn't doing a lot of damage to him anyway. I don't know if I overpowered because for most of the time you kind of have to turn damage numbers off so there's not shit all over your screen. But I'm looking at it. He's throwing fire. I guess I could have ran away from that, but then... it just hits like a motherfucker. I don't know how else to say. It's a tough luck, I guess. So again, if you don't believe in the grandfather, you could see we just died. Still 100. Still 100. Still 100. Which is actually, for this, you're probably going to be dying in decent chunks. So it is actually nice, and I've said it before, if it had anything else, like, I don't know, core or crit, more crit, it's already so OP as is, that if it had anything else, it would just be ridiculous, so I'm fine with it having that, and it goes back to the lore, so I think it's actually kind of cool. Do we want to try another 10? How much powder do we have? Yeah, I'll try not... Oh, that's not the right thing. I can always click on that. Let's try another... Oh, no, we're on 11. I'm sorry, we beat a 10 already. Let's try another 11. Like I said, I think the way this is going to work, so this might kind of be our cap right now. And then the best way to farm it is to do 1s and 2s to level this up. And so we're getting close. we're also getting damage, and then we're getting more damage from this every 10 levels when that bonus increases. But yeah, I mean, just the way I died is, I mean, I've died that way. Out of my deaths, I probably have between this and the sword, in about 60 runs, I've probably died about 15 to 20 times, and at least 10 of those have been like that. I think there was one from a big overhand like bop on my head, and I think the rest have just been those elemental like explosions. Like, that's the way I die. That's it. Like, the mobbing portion, like, besides that, like I said, the one I think I got when I was with my sword, which is, again, more squishy. I don't think it would happen to this character. I think I got, was like 3/4 health, and then I got that big overhand, like, bop. And that killed me. Also, so, where, it doesn't tell you affixes. I just saw myself get vulnerable, so I wonder, is there backstabber on this one? I'm going to keep an eye on that, because it doesn't tell you. And they've made it a point to say it's going to be random, but this is the first time I've ever been like lagging behind in time. I think I'll make it up. But if it's going to be random, I wish when you got in it would say. Seems reasonable. I guess they don't want people to change, maybe. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm struggling with damage. Like I said, I could put that dominate glyph on for more overpowered damage, but I don't think that's worth losing the the armor. I think I just need to level up the glyph, quite frankly. Yeah, so it's, I mean, dude, this guy is an absolute beast. Jesus Christ. I mean, at this point, I don't care if I beat it. I'm just fixated on killing him. Finally got him. Yeah, I'll do some tests. Yeah, so I think there's, this one has backstabber, because I keep going vulnerable when it looks like I get hit in the back. And that's according to the regular affix, which I think I said in one of my videos, it used to be 25% more damage. Now it's 35% more. So, like, if I get that in a high tier of this, I mean, toast. Like, 35% more damage? No. Yeah, see, that was the big boop. I think I died one time. Yeah, this 100% has that. And it doesn't tell you even when you're in here, which I can understand to some degree, that they don't want you to adjust if they all have, like, you can see they all have cold or frozen. But, like, in my opinion, this one shouldn't be in here. 35% more damage? Give me a break. Like, you want to make it hard enough as it is. This, and again, it could be, I could have also damage against close, melee damage. Like, I feel like I'm not doing the damage I was even in the last one of the same tier. So, I wish they would tell you when you're in there, and then maybe, I don't think they should prevent gear swaps. I actually like the idea of gear swaps. I think it has some strategy, but I don't know. It's just, I like the event. I keep saying it. I like the event. I think it's good. It's just, it's off. It's off. Yeah, see, look how much damage I take once I go vulnerable. It's insane. These guys, yeah, I'm not doing the same damage I was. I feel like this might be the worst affix one I've gotten so far, but at the same time, unless I'm missing something, I can't tell what exactly it is. So it could just be like copium that I'm trying to say is why I'm doing so crappy. But it feels like I'm not doing the damage. Like, this blood boil isn't even dying. It could be just because it's a tier 11, it's the highest tier to push, and our glyph is only tier 4. But Yeah, like I said, they had frozen before, but he has poison. I guess it's only the enchanted elite, so they can definitely still have. Did I not? Dude, I can't even kill the blood boil. It has, for sure. There is the like you can see, I'm not going vulnerable right now because I'm getting hit from the front. If I get hit from the back, that sounds. Pause. Okay. If I get it, if I go vulnerable early, you're gonna see it's because an enemy attacked me from the behind. I think, unless I'm missing something. I mean, it's just hard to tell without it. Straight up telling you. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I'm like so sure there's either a melee damage affix on this or a damage from close, because even I just did a level 11 before and I was putting up, I feel like, significantly more damage. And at this one, it doesn't even matter what really happens because I don't see how I'm going to beat the bosses without just getting smacked. I also don't want to see, well, I smacked that guy good. I don't know. I wish they would just tell you. I feel like I'm going vulnerable a lot. I feel like I'm not doing the same damage I did. And I don't know what the affixes are because they don't want to tell you for whatever reason. Which I get to a degree. And you maybe have to take off gear swaps then. But it's also annoying not to tell, like, why this was, like, this feels. Last time I thought it was honestly basically a breeze to get to the actual, what's it called? The Bloodseekers. This time I do not feel like that at all. I feel like I'm not going to survive this. I'm definitely not going to survive this. Yep. And if I had to guess, two of the affixes I had on that were the, I believe it's called Backstabber, which is 35% more when they hit you from behind. Again, pause. Which makes you vulnerable. And then I think it was either close or melee because I was not doing the same damage I was before. But either way, so I still think we can beat a level 11. That's, I mean, I could keep doing it. I don't really want to burn. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Don't really want to burn all our soldier powder. That's probably our cap at this point. Until we level this thing up. So I think what we do, and I think the best thing to farm, in my opinion, at least at the power level I'm at with both this and the sorcerer, is level 2. So you get 100 extra XP. I feel like you beat it just as fast. I feel like you don't really die. I feel like once you get to these, you can die much more easily and then end up wasting the whole run. I feel like, at least right now, probably one that goes up, like my sigil goes up, I'll probably end up doing a little bit higher levels to get a little bit extra bonus XP for the farming portion of it. But I think right now that I'm just sticking with level 2, even level 1. Sorry, give me 1 second. Just answer text. Sorry, I'm discussing dinner plans for tomorrow. I'm going to a great pasta spot. Well, apparently a great pasta spot. Never been. Don't take reservations, so got to get there at like 5:30. And then I live in the city of Baltimore, Maryland, known for being a very prestigious city. Not kidding, it's kind of a shithole, but has its charm, as they say, a charm city. They have a street over in one of the neighborhoods. It's 34th Street, so Miracle 34th Street. They have the entire street is lit up in lights, and it's really cool. And people do all these elaborate decorations. All the people on the block. It's a big spectacle. But I'm doing that tomorrow, so I'm figuring out some plans right now. Okay. Yeah, so this is, I didn't push the Sork as much because I was concerned about Sigil Batter a little bit more. I also think this class is honestly better for this because of the health pool. But, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of farming. Like, I don't anticipate myself dying in this. Level 2, I think I'm just able to basically just smash my way through. Also, again, there is still some things to work out, so I gotta do some testing of my own. It's very obvious that elites fill up the bar significantly faster. Now, how much faster is that compared to trying to kill like a vampiric one or a damage resistant one that's gonna take you, I don't know, 20 seconds compared to taking out another trash mob? I don't know. But, and then also, so I want to say, I haven't done it enough. I want to say these shrines are in like static locations. I want to say they're in the same spot on the maps every time, and that definitely is going to make for, if I'm right about that, it seems that way, I could be wrong, that'll definitely make for good maps and bad maps depending on where they are and like the route you're going to go, and people are going to learn that. And then obviously I've already talked about this, I wish they balanced it without them, maybe made it a little bit easier, took the shrines out for RNG purposes, or maybe only left them in. Actually, what I would have done, I'm assuming the reason why shrines are in here is because they want the more casual player to be able to complete some of these levels, which I'm fine with. I think that's great. The more people are into the game, the better. However, if you really want to challenge people at the upper levels and not just have it come down to RNG, I feel like maybe after level 10, and maybe after level like 20, they're gone. I obviously haven't gotten that far. I think the shrine should be gone. And it should be straight up, and maybe not have it scale as severely because you're getting rid of the shrines. But it's just going to be, you're going to see like, oh, I beat a level 25 Abattoir Zero dungeon, and it's going to be channeling shrine, protection shrine, especially with my like sword class where I'm using the spear, which gives you another one. I could just get some crazy RNG where I could basically become invincible through a protection shrine, and then also grab a channeling shrine and just do unlimited landing wells. So yeah, that's the part I don't like about it, and I guess, like I said, we'll see how it plays out. But I think other people have said it, and then if they are in the same place, it's gonna lead to a lot of strategy on the routes people are gonna take, which I don't mind, like strategy being involved, but it's, oh my god. So I gotta do what? 12 more of these, basically? Yeah, I gotta do, well, no, we're gonna 100. It'll be 11 more to get up to level 6. That is insane. And that, again, that's just with one character. But as I was saying, the higher tiers, you're going to see people complete them, and they're going to go from protection buff to channeling buff to conduit, the good ones in good situations is how the first. I can almost guarantee you, unless I'm wrong, that they take them off at the very end, like after level 20. The first people to complete, and they said it was impossible to complete level 25. I highly doubt that. Highly, highly doubt that. The first people to complete that are going to be people that could get good RNG on the shrines. Which to me is pretty stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I get the RNG if you're using the spear that I'm using on my sword, the Varion, whatever it's called. Oh, I thought that was actually really good for a second. I get that. Obviously, that thing is based around RNG. It's the whole point of the thing. You could see some better times with good RNG on there. But with every class, the RNG on there, on the shrines, I think it's dumb. I don't mind figuring out a route. I think it would be fun to figure out a route for, like, best clear potential and, like, time and maybe even, like, space, because sometimes you're in such close quarters, and like I said, those huge elemental damage pops that one-shot you are the way I've died about half the time. The other half is from the Bloodseekers. But I think that could be cool. But planning a route around getting a shrine and then hoping it's a specific shrine that's going to help you kill the Bloodseekers at the end, or at least not die to them, seems kind of foolish to me. But what do I know? I don't. Alright, let's do, I actually want to do this, so, where's Craft System? I wonder how long it's going to take me to stop clicking on this and go to Bloodforge. So I actually forget how much XP we got from a level 10. I know level 2, so it goes 1,000, 1,100, I think 1,300, 1,450, I think this was 1,600. So it does scale somewhat exponentially, but not like a severe exponential growth, if that makes sense. So I'm actually going to try 10. Hopefully I beat it, because I actually do want to see how much XP this provides. I guess I could just rewind the VOD right here, but we'll do one anyway. We'll attempt to do one, I should say. Alright. So for my builds though, I made a couple changes and I've posted them all in the builds between my ball lightning and this. I think my builds are pretty solid. Like I said, I'm not sure if we're going to have to go over to sea legs, and we can do that in both these classes once we get to the higher tiers, but I mean right now I don't think so. At least with barb, maybe with Sorg just at the end. Like maybe a hot swap. But also, if I kill one of those things and I get good RNG on the, what's it called? On the, what's it called? The shrine that you get from the spear, then it's like easy. So, I mean, that thing is all RNG, and I get that. And it's honestly really fun to use. But, have I even seen a shrine this dungeon yet? I don't think I have. Yeah, so I also got to do a better job, and it's my own fault, of like, you see that fire raining down? I got to do a better job of avoiding that. Because I think I'm like, and definitely those things have killed me a ton of times. So like here we get a blast wave again, like I said, so it's going to obliterate like everything around us. But I think I'm a little bit accustomed to everything this season and last season too, as a matter of fact, has been so easy that I haven't, if those fireballs or whatever were coming down, I just ignored him and just stood there. Don't think that's the case anymore, specifically, like I said, because that cap is lower. So I think I just got to do a better job myself. Did I just see my potion was on cooldown? What's this conduit? Because they said there's random affixes, but then once you actually get into the dungeon, you can't see the affixes. So, Jesus Christ, these are tanky as hell. But again, even with that, like, I guess the bar was a little bit of an issue in an 11, but also with that, we ran for what, like 2 minutes trying to find a shrine to try to kill the Bloodseekers, and then we just got face smash. So, oh, that's not good. Oh. Smash, 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 because we get the RNG. This guy seems like he has the most health of all time. Am I doing... Okay, I guess I got the overpower. Like I said, like, maybe for barb I turn on the damage numbers, but again, it's like pretty high density mobs and you really gotta be careful for those explosion effects. So I feel like I want to have them off. So I think I just got to pay attention to the bottom probably more than anything to see when my overpower is up, but that doesn't work for... It works for the amulet and it works for the vampiric power. It doesn't work for that one paragon node, at least for barb. I think it's every 12 seconds you overpower with that node. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it says maybe overpower ready, but there's no like symbol at the bottom, so it's a little hard to keep track of. Yeah, I mean, I might have to swap in that dominate glyph and level it up. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. If I just level up the Tears of Blood, I kind of want to keep everything else. And this guy's not even attacking me, he's just a bum. Okay, so I'm going vulnerable quite a bit again. Doesn't seem to be as much as last time. I'm just curious what the affixes are. Because they said there would be, we just wouldn't know and they would be random. But then, unless I'm missing something somewhere, it doesn't say it. So I think we're just flying blind a little bit. Oh, brother. Yeah, the exploding people are not great. Oh God, sorry. It is. I like it. I've been complaining a lot. I like it. It's challenging for sure. The most challenging content we've had in the game since preseason, when Nightmare Dungeons were actually like a thing, not a joke. Okay, I got no what's it called? Got no pylon for these guys. I mean, so you could definitely see when we get an overpower, because his bar was not moving at all. Oh, brother. And then it went down to nothing. Alright. Jesus Christ. So I think, again, this is no elixirs, no incense. I think we can beat a level 10 pretty comfortably, I would say. I know that end part took a little bit. There's a couple times I almost died. But this is only a level 5. We can beat a level 10 relatively comfortably. Anything above that is what I would consider pushing at this point. Obviously, as we level this thing up, I think that will change, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. So what's it, 130? But still, oh, I didn't look at the amount of XP. Wait, let me rewind the VOD here, actually. Okay, when do we... It's kind of hard to get it to the right exact point, but it should be coming up shortly here. I want to see, I forgot to look at it. So I know level 1 grants you 1,000. I know level 2 grants you 1,100. And this was level 10. So how much does this grant you? Jesus Christ, it took me forever to kill this guy. I got a delay going on, which is why I'm watching it as you're watching live, and this probably makes no sense, but... Okay, so let's see. Why am I looking at the gear? Click on the thing. Why am I not clicking on a thing? Please click on a thing. 3,900. Okay. For level 10. Alright, so it is going up pretty exponentially. Let me open up a new tab. I want to see, I saw Raw beat a level 15. How much does that give him? If he shows it. So 10 hours ago he beat a level 16, I guess. Let me see this, because, so at least until you get leveled up though, like, that level 10 was hard. That took 8 minutes. I can beat the level 1s and 2s in under 3 minutes typically. And not have a chance of dying. Okay. Let me see where, so let me see, beat this thing. Find the Bloodseekers. Oh, it's got timestamps. Beautiful. Alright, so he beat the level 16. That gives him 8,100. But his glyph was... What level was his glyph at? It gives him 8,100. His glyph is now at level 17. It takes 78,000 XP. So to put in perspective, obviously you're getting stronger. It would take you 78 tier 1 Bloodforge dungeons to level it up from 17 to 18. It would take you, he beat a level 16, which does not look easy in the slightest bit, and he is like the perfect build. Yeah, he beat that, he got 8,100, so, I mean, let me do a little quick math here, but, and again, you have to get to level 50 just to expand it, and it doesn't go across characters, so he's got, okay, so he's, at level 16, he's got 7,180, and then it goes up, what? Then it goes up to 78,000. So it increases by 7k from level. Sorry, let me see this game. It increases from. Why isn't that pausing? Sorry. So from level 16 to 17, it increases by 7k. But let's just say, so at 16 here, he's got 71,800. And then for beating a level 16, which is the highest I've seen someone beat, he got 8,100. That will take you 9 times of beating a level 16 to get your glyph from 17 to 18. That seems like way too much, and it also 100% seems like you can only use one character. Because I can't, like, what a time sink that is. Like, I can't do that for every character. Wow. Okay. I mean, so that's good knowledge. I wonder. So I watched some people earlier today talking about it. Like I said, Rax's video, which is actually right under Emmanuel's comment right there, is Rax's video. And actually, let me do this too. Let me post the build for the class we're using. Where is it? HoTA. But he basically said every single thing that I was thinking. Okay, not copy, share. Literally said every single thing I was thinking. I couldn't believe it when I watched the video. Because it's very rare if you watch like a very opinionated video like that you agree on quite literally every single point. But I agreed on quite literally every single point. Alright, so to farm this thing... Oh, it's also... I mean... I have a ton of gold. I actually have been selling stuff on Diablo Trade. Like gear I've come across. I finally got around to selling it, so I've built up a huge pool of gold, but it ain't not only just a sigil powder, it ain't the cheapest thing in the world to craft these. If you want to craft, let's say, let's go in here, 160k for level 11. What is level? Okay, what does it go up 10? Yeah. So it goes up 10 each. Yeah, so I mean, what, another 15 from here is going to be, so it's going to be 300k to craft a level 25. So, 3 of them, not quite a million. Let's just say if you do 6 of them, it's about 2 mil. I don't know. Yeah, because we got 1,200, 1,500, 1,800, a little bit. Yes, I mean, it's going to get expensive, not just in terms of sigil powder, but in terms of gold. So, I'm trying to take a little notes here for my video that I'm going to make later and all the stuff you need to know about it. I didn't even think about that. If you want to do these higher tiers and you want to keep pushing them and keep repeating them, the gold cost is actually, I know gold is very easy to come by this season, but I know also to re-roll it costs an absolute fortune. So the gold cost is going to run up pretty quickly. Interesting. Yeah, so I've actually... Now I've made sigil powder. So when I started this event, I started pushing everything. I started at 125k. I think I went down to the lowest I was at was 122. I think the highest I was at about 128, give or take. So the sigil powder seems sustainable. It does seem like you're gonna need to, do a bunch of the lower ones to kind of build some up in a significant way much faster than doing like nightmare dungeons and salvaging the extra sigils you get or something like that. It seems like you're gonna be able to do that no problem. The gold cost is a bit interesting. Because I think if I saw, when I did, I think it was about a level 7 or 8, it gave you about 100k, so I guess that kind of counterbalances as well too. I'm just trying to like a theory craft here so I can make a video later. About the things I do and don't like about it, about what you need to know. But yeah, that's actually, the gold cost isn't bad. It was more shocking at first, and like I said, I think it was like a level 6 or 7 that gave me like 118k, give or take, around that range. So if you're completing them, again, you'll be fine. And then if you have to, I wouldn't suggest this for probably farming gold, but if you have to farm sigil powder, if you just do a bunch of level 1s, especially once you get that glyph in there, it should be definitely powerful enough to kind of just blast through them. Should be able to do it relatively quickly, in my opinion. But I think what the whole thing kind of boils down to is, so I've been able to push to, what'd I say? So I didn't beat tier 11. I think I could beat tier 11. That's probably my limit. So for the sake of the argument, let's just say 10. I have actually beaten 10. So I've been able to push to tier 10. My glyph is only level 4 or 5. It's only level 5. So essentially what this thing kind of boils down to is, I think by far the fastest way to farm, it depends as you level up. I think when your glyph is low level, you're not as powerful. I think it's 1s and 2s. And then that'll probably switch to, you know, once maybe we hit 10 and we get that big bump to the rare nodes, maybe we go up to 4 and 5. And then again, when you get another round, 7, 8. But I think you want to be able to clear them as fast as possible. And I also don't think you want to die, because that is both a time sink and a sigil powder sink and a gold sink on top of that. So I think when you are like kind of speed farming them, you do want to err on the cautious side. So probably at the beginning, 1s and 2s, probably 2s. You can even go up to 3s probably. Then as you get stronger, 4, 5, 6s, even stronger than that, 7, 8, 9s, and so on and so forth. I think that's the way it's going to work. The only thing is, this is going to take a lot of time. So can I see the oh, you can't, can you? I wanted to see how much XP we had and how much XP we need to get to the next level, because I think, so like I said, the highest I've seen, and granted, I'm sure someone's probably beat it, but I saw Rob beat that level 16 and he got 8,100, I believe. It was in the 8,000s. I think it was 8,100. So that would probably be enough to get my level 5 one level. But I also don't think I'm beating that tier at this level. So I don't know. It seems like a huge time sink. Also, my damage isn't going up all that much too by level. So we start at 2, we've gone up 0.08% in 5 levels. Then again, we have to get this thing all the way to level 50, which I guess only grants us this node, and I think it grants us one more somewhere. Oh, it gives us this one right here, which I already have. But I guess at that point, that number will become also much bigger. So those that will actually make quite a bit of difference. Just interesting. I'm just trying to kind of like theory craft what I'm working with here. I'm going to run to the bathroom, fill my water. I'll be back in probably like 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. I'm actually about to throw some more coffee on my little Keurig thing. A little bit sleepy, but I'm gonna throw it on. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. So just give me a minute. Got the coffee brewing. How long is the stream going for? Let's see. We're over 4 hours now live. So by far my longest stream. Previously, I did the one test stream and then I did yesterday. So the test stream was only about an hour and a half. Yesterday, I think I went for about 3 hours. So yeah, we're blown by that. And I appreciate, I know there's only several of you in here watching, but I appreciate all of you so much for any support I get, truly. And wait, how do I actually change? Because my description still says ball lightning. Sorry, one sec. Okay, so we need to go to what, the creator studio type of thing. I'm so bad at YouTube, it's incredible. The fact 68 of you subscribe to me is a minor miracle, and I appreciate every single one of you. YouTube studio, okay. Wait, so, God, I'm dumb. Okay, content, live. Okay, yes, now I can change the description. I want to say what it's here, or maybe actually do proper punctuation would be nice for once. It's here, HoTA, barb, smashing. Yeah, sounds good to me. All right. Okay. I also, so maybe I'm dumb. So it keeps coming up with Diablo 3 as the auto-generated game that's played. And I don't know how to set it just to Diablo 4, just so it comes up every time. Not that it probably makes that big of a difference, but... Alright. What the heck was on my screen? What was that circle? Alright. Well, now I'm confused. So, we just beat another level 10. We can push an 11. Like I said, I think we can beat it. But I think we want to go to... I think... So obviously this is going to have to get sorted out. I think kind of the best bang for our buck in terms of sigil powder, how fast we can beat it, and the XP it gives is tier 2. So I'm going to create 2 of these. And I think we'll just blast through both. I'm going to wait actually till my coffee's ready and go grab that. And then blast through both. But I don't know why. Is there any way that I'm missing to be able to see the XP on these? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. So I posted the build. I think, did I post the build? No, wait. Okay. This should be the build. Yeah. Oh, the other comment before that was Rax's video that I agreed with literally every single point. But there's the actual build. So this is the glyph I'm questioning putting in, is dominate. Now we would have to get rid of obviously one glyph. I think the obvious choice, never mind. I was gonna say obvious choice would be martial, but I like having the shout skills reduce my other shout skills because I don't really like the Ring of Red Fury or whatever it's called. I like having these two, so the Chieftains aspect and the Echoing Fury aspect. So Martial makes a lot of sense, and specifically Martial here because I'm able to get an extra 186 armor, which is very nice, not to mention some nice extra little damage bump, and then obviously the cooldown of the shroud skills. So I think probably as this goes up, and specifically this goes up, the damage reduction from close, right? I think we eventually end up taking probably out Territorial and probably putting in Dominate. Now we need willpower, so what is it? We need 25. Okay, so we're gonna have to come down here. So maybe we have to sacrifice this damage. We probably do. So we'll have to come down here, grab this, grab this. So what is that? We need. We'll take this instead of that. Take this. Is that 4? So we need one more. Don't really want to go all the way up there, but is that the only option? Unless we move it around. Oop. What is this here? This is Crusher. And this is mainly so we get that multiplicative damage. But what's the willpower looking like? I mean, we're already taking one there. We can grab one there. Obviously, we don't grab the strength. Alright, we'll see. We might have to go just for the pure damage output. Dominate just for the pure increase to overpower damage. I was kind of straying away from this because I thought it would be enough, and it still might be the more we get this leveled up, but as we get this leveled up, we're gaining DR to close, and you know, if you know about the way the damage reductions work, it is diminishing returns, so we're only getting an added 53.5% to close enemies. The real reason I was using this is because the 10% reduction to close, but as that goes up, this will become way less important, so we probably do end up switching Dominate in for this, and I don't know exactly where we put it yet. I mean, it could even potentially be down here, who knows, but I think I want to keep Martial, and I think I want to keep it somewhere where I can gain the armor, because I don't want to be below 10k. Like this, even this number right here for me is a little bit low. Okay, let me go grab my coffee, and now let's run those 2 sizzles. Alright, got the coffee. I'm getting talked to about Taylor Swift. Nightmare. Alright. Okay, yeah, what do we got? The 2 tier 2s. I think this logic might be off. So I think at least in the beginning, probably start with tier 2s. I think it's tier 2 or tier 3 is the most effective farming to get the glyph XP. And probably once we hit level 10, we maybe up that. We'll have to see. I mean, we still have a long way to go to get to level 10. It's actually quite ridiculous. It just seems like too much. It's honestly like, I don't know if anyone else has felt like this, but I've never watched Breaking Bad, and I watch a ton of TV. I love TV. I love movies. But it's just at this point, there's like 7 seasons and like 200 episodes. It just feels like such an undertaking, and then people have like, and like I haven't started Game of Thrones, but it's like the biggest, like you have to sink like what? It's, I don't know, like hundreds of hours into it to watch the whole thing. So it's just like a huge time sink, and that's what this feels like a little bit. That was probably a horrible explanation, but. Also, I am definitely noticing, at least already too, that the difficulty spike, specifically like what they said, to be fair to them, is exactly what they said, with the health increase is definitely pretty drastic. Because I'm basically, I'm like one-shotting everything, and I'm not in the tier 10, which would make sense because they said it's much harder. And I think they specifically said it's about 4 tiers of Nightmare Dungeons. So I'm on level 2. That's an 8-tier difference. So that would be 36 tiers of Nightmare Dungeons. So yeah, that would make sense why it's so much harder. And again, I've said this a couple times now. I feel like I've been pointing out a lot of the problems I see with it, but as of right now, I think it's fun. I think it's good that we finally have like some form of challenging content. I don't like how it seems like so little of it. Not so little of it. I'm not a good player, but it seems so heavily based on grinding instead of like skill. Like there's no leaderboards or anything to do it faster, which would be obviously a skillful thing. And then the fact that the rewards, you get like a couple pieces of gear that are not guaranteed to even be 925, and probably 99 times out of 100 isn't something you're going to put in your build. It's kind of lame. And then the other part of the rewards is they give you, I think, 2 titles. One for beating level 1, one for beating level 20. I think they could, include several more, and specifically include like cosmetics, either a trophy mount. I'm not even asking for like full-on skins, like a trophy mount or a, what's it called? Or a backpack, whatever this thing is, back trophy. Sorry, I didn't want to die. See, like, this is depressing. And I know I didn't want to be negative, but this is depressing. So this was a level 2, obviously a low level, but my glyph is only level 5 out of 200. It goes up to level 200. And I am getting this much XP, which is about, it's a little over, 10%, 15% of it, whatever, say 20%, sure, even though that's not what it is. This just little amount right here does not feel good. It's just like, I think sometimes they fail to realize what actually like feels good. Seeing my glyph, and I know I could push higher ones, but then I'm going to die, and then I'm going to waste my time and not get any XP, and then waste all my sigil powder, so I've already went through a whole spiel, but this, make it out to here. Alright, whatever XP this is. Probably double it, basically, is what I'm saying. Double the XP you get. I think we'd be cooking. Or make it at least 1.5 and allow it to be used over your other seasonal characters. Because the fact that I went through and I made a class for every single character, and I say I'm only going to be able to do 2. Realistically, it's probably more like 1 if I want to try to get to level 25. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing. I think the HoTA barb is better than ball lightning at the moment. Sorry, I was thinking of sipping my coffee. But my concern is the kind of lack of guaranteed big hits with HoTA barb, where ball lightning is constantly putting out damage, but I just think at the moment it's a little too squishy. But then again, I am increasing where I have it. I'm increasing DR from burning enemies, and it burns everything. So I don't know. We'll see. But I can't really, like, for lack of a better term, like afford to go back and forth. Like, I won't get these. These things are gonna take forever to level up. We have. Is it exactly 6 weeks? I believe it's exactly 6 weeks. It's January 23rd. So, what is that? So it came out yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's technically, I guess, 7 weeks. I mean, I guess that's a lot of time, but once you start leveling up this thing, like, it's crazy. So I don't know how anyone's gonna be able to do more than 2 characters maximum, and that might only be one. When I say 2 characters, I mean get them up to like 50 plus. I don't see how anyone's getting, even in 7 weeks, 2 characters up to level 200 unless they're playing quite literally non-stop, maybe like a streamer or something where it's, you know, their job. But it's interesting. Oh, I already crafted another one. I'm sitting here spouting my mouth off about nonsense. Coffee is actually delicious. I don't know why it's been normal. It's just like the Folgers, whatever, normal coffee, original brew. But what you do get is, it's not a, what's it called? It's not a Keurig. It's a Hamilton Beach, but you get the little insert where you're able to put coffee grounds in there instead of the pouches. It'll save you a fortune. Smash, smash, smash. Also, if you guys didn't know, Barbarian has a 10% DR reduction just straight up because you're a Barbarian. Which is part of the reason why with their insane damage they're so good, because you, without a max roll of a DR affix on your gear, I think is 10.7, I want to say. So you're essentially getting a max roll of an affix on your, you know, your chest or your pants, or I guess you're getting like your amulet or something too. But you're essentially getting that for free, which is part of the reason why Barbarian is so good this season and feels so tanky. It's actually something I can show you in a little bit. You have to scroll like way down, and you'll see it'll say like class damage reduction. It's the only class, at least to my knowledge, that has it, but it has a 10% just straight up DR. I'm going to keep track of how quickly I'm able to do these two. I think I'm able to do them in about 2.5 to 3 minutes is my guess for these level 2s. Like I said, these are not like pushing. This is just straight farming. But again, even if I want to do like a level like even 6, probably take me double that time, or at least close, maybe not double, but not far off. It also depends on the map you get too. Same thing with like getting glyph XP and like what dungeon you get. Like that Goha Ruins one was the easiest thing ever. Alright, so this is actually taking me a bit longer than I feel like I anticipated, but we do get a, what's this called? Lethal Shrine. Do I have the, there you go. Come here and get bopped. Wait, actually I'm gonna go with the final time. I'm a slight delay, which is why I'm looking over. I actually wish I could make the delay less, and I'm sure I can, but okay, so they're spawning at 7:22. When are they all dead? Okay, they're all dead at about 7:10. That's being generous. So it's taking me less than 3 minutes to beat level 2s. I'm just trying to like experiment a little and what's the best for speed farming. And again, you really don't want to die because then you lose out on your sigil dust and your XP. It's not ideal. I don't know why that coffee is so good, but it is. But I think for me right now, at least until I get this to level 10, which is going to take forever, but I think 2 is good. I think maybe I'll try 3. I forget. I'm sure I can look online. Oops, sorry. I'm sure I can look online on how much each sigil gets you in terms of glyph XP. But I want to say this was, so this is 1,000. I believe this is 1,100. I believe this was 1,300. So another 200 XP. But how much more, I guess, is my chance of dying? Because if I get 200 more XP, and I guess how much longer does it take? So here's my thinking. Here's my crazy brain going. So if I get 200 more XP per run, right? So I would have to not die every 5 runs. And that's also assuming it's the same time, which I don't think it is. I don't think it'll be that much longer. So I'm going to try it out. But I don't know if... I believe... Also, I'm not exactly sure this is 1,300. I have to check it out. Let's do this one. Let's try to figure this out now. Because we're going to have to do a lot of farming for the glyph XP. I guess the nice thing about only getting a few is, you know, you can kind of wait until after you've done like 5 of them to actually like sell your stuff. Alright, so the last one took us just under 3 minutes for the level 2, and I know it depends on the map, but let's see if we come close to dying at all, and we'll see how long it takes us. Why are you like down in the corner? I couldn't hit him over the whole railing there. Oh. I love HoTA. I know it like is simplistic, and I know the whole barbarian class in which part is simplistic, but there's just something about HoTA. It was quite literally the first build I played in preseason, and it definitely wasn't the best in preseason, but I wanted to play a barb because I really like barbs, and it was fun. And now it's just straight up OP, which is even better. And I do like them making, I guess, certain builds OP per season. I do wish there was a little more balance to it, I think, but so HoTA Barb's one that it's been good the entire time, quite frankly. But like Ball Lightning, nobody and their mother was using Ball Lightning before this season. So I like enabling new builds with seasons. Like I said, I just wish it was more like balanced and not because something's broken. Like Ball Lightning is straight up broken. Overpower is broken. The combo points for rogues are broken. So I guess that would be my only gripe. But it is fun to use different builds. To be fair, I am still using builds like Twisting Blades, Poison Rogue, but that's one of my favorite builds to play as well too. So I won't complain too much about that. But I think much better than the Malignant Hearts, the Vampiric Powers have been significantly better, I think, at opening up. Oh, no. I can't. See, sometimes I can't tell if that's exploding or not. Sorry. But with the Vampiric Powers, I feel like they open up much more build combinations than the, the Malignant Hearts did. Which I think is a plus, and I think keeping them like that instead of having to slot them into like jewelry slots, especially with the resistances change now, I think makes a lot more sense. I'm invincible. Come get me, motherfuckers. I can't see with this bush. Thank God I'm invincible. I don't see anything. I think they're announcing the next season actually relatively soon. I forget where I saw that. It might have been, did they mention it in the campfire chat? I get rid of these things, makes them immune. It's actually a little bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I guess it adds something, but not really. Oh, Jesus Christ. This elemental damage is nuts. Dude, I'm like barely getting hit by it. God, I can just one-shot him at this level. Oh, that's what I meant to do. Okay. Let's TP out of here. I want to look at those pants. Because we want to talk about Selig about higher levels. And yes, but also... So I think I have him on... so I have a couple of bank characters. I think maybe on this guy down here. Okay. Those pants. No, it's not those ones. It's these. Tacits of Dawning Sky. When you take damage from non-physical damage type, you gain 10% maximum resistance to this damage type for 10 seconds. Effective only by one damage type at a time. And when you get all stats, resistance to all elements. I mean, it ain't great. Not a single Take off. I feel like they mess these things up. Take off controlled impaired duration. Well, one, because you have the vampiric power, which everyone's unstoppable all the time, and make that just straight up DR. And then I think these pants could be worth it. Right now, they're not worth it because you are quite literally getting 0 DR. You're getting some more max resist, but that 10% max resist, I know if you're using Tibalt's Will, it's mainly for the damage increase, but you're also getting up to, 20% close DR, and the damage increase. Yeah, these are... I gotta check them out, but they're not worth it. Which is a shame, because I feel like, again, the non-physical damage is what's been absolutely obliterating me. Whatever skin this is that they show on the screen there, that looks terrible. I'm not gonna lie, I bought this one. This is the best skin they released so far in the game. This thing is awesome. I even bought the back trophy for it too because, like, if I go to the shop here, I don't think anything else they've released is like close. It was the barb one. Yeah, I guess this one's pretty cool too. The other one is just so much better, and the prices are ridiculous. Oh, is this what they just showed? Jesus Christ. It looks absolutely massive. Is it that one? What is this one? Is this what is this, Druid? Alright, this looks ridiculous. It looks absolutely ridiculous. They released a couple good. I feel like the last time they had the same thing, but they were called. I think they're called Mother's Judgment. Honestly, so they're like Lilith themed, but I mean, yeah, not gonna lie, not a fan. Yeah, that sounds cool. I still think the one I bought for it, which again I bought a skin for every class, but Necromancer, kind of like having one skin I like, and maybe in the future I'll buy another if I really like it. But like this is cool, but it's not like, oh, I'm gonna go out of my way to pay, what is that, like $25 worth? It's ridiculous, but I have enough to buy the next battle pass for next season. I'm assuming they're not going to drop like much more. There was this rogue one, which is pretty cool. I've seen a lot of people rocking. Is it this? Yeah, it's this. I have like the Joker looking one, which I like better, honestly. That's cool. That's cool too if you're using a bow, like a rapid fire penetrating shot class or something. Alright, enough of that. Okay, so I don't have any more. So what was the last one I did? I did tier 3 for the last. Oh, I didn't look at the XP. I gotta rewind again. Sorry, I'm trying to see. Okay, so one, I'm looking at the time. So it took me about 4 minutes to get to the bosses. Then I killed them, I'm assuming within like 20 seconds or so. So 17 seconds. 4 minutes and a little bit of change, which is much slower than the tier 2. I get 1300. So I was right. So yeah, I think tier 2 is the best, at least for my level right now. I think I can farm it as quick as tier 1, and I think I can get an extra 100 XP per. I guess the only argument against that is it does cost more sigil powder, and I've kind of been trying. Excuse me, my God, I just had like a seizure. Been trying to pay attention to how much sigil dust. Oh my God, I like slap my face to wake myself up. That's why I need a cup of coffee. I've been trying to pay attention to how much sigil dust you get, and I don't think there's a drastic difference between these two. So honestly, I'm changing my mind. This is the move. We're just going to absolutely blast these. I think between the speed, the lower cost, and the minimal, I guess, lack of bonus XP, tier 1 might be the way to go. There's also like the leisure factor too. I feel like I don't have to pay like, even between 1 and 2, feel like 2 is, I mean, it's easy like pretty much all the time, but I feel like you have to pay attention sometimes. I feel like tier 1, I mean, I can do this relatively mindlessly, even though there's like a million damage over time and AoE effects around me. I also think the bar fills up faster too, is why you can do it faster. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just killing them faster, but so I'm sure someone will have a breakdown and what's the kind of the most efficient farming method. I think it might be tier 1s. And then I think someone would, I mean, I could try to do it and I could slow down my VOD and look at the XP, but I think sprinting from elite group to elite group is, I know I'm not really doing that right now, is probably going to be the most efficient way of doing this as quick as possible. So like, kill that elite group, sprint by all the trash mobs, sprint. Elites, kill, sprint. Elites, kill. I feel, I mean, I don't know. I would need to like slow it down and see how much the kind of trash mobs are getting you compared to the elites, and if it's worth running by all of them or like killing them as you go. But I feel like killing the elites is probably the move. Sorry, one more gripe. I don't like, it makes it look like you die when the Bloodseekers come. Okay, and again, so that's 1,000 XP. But again, the problem is we need to farm this glyph to be able to do the higher tiers. So I don't know. I wish it was like I wish it was just, I guess, worth it more to do the more challenging tiers, because right now the way I see it is this. It's not giving me that much more XP. It's taking longer. I have a chance to die and get nothing, and not only get no XP, waste my sigil powder. So, I mean, like, to me, is that worth it? No, I think you just go tier 1s at this time. And again, I think this is something that can be easily fixed, and I hope they jump on it. I know they're like using this as a testing grounds, but I would be very surprised if most people didn't feel the same way. And like I said, I'm okay with it being a grind. I actually like the grind. I just think there should be like a significant reward as well too for doing, you know, the harder content. Kind of just brainstorm in my head. I was gonna say maybe based on the amount of characters you would have, would dictate the amount of XP, and then the glyph would go to all characters, but then people would probably like delete their characters, so that wouldn't make much sense either. I think it should just go across all characters personally. I don't really see the harm in it. And like, I would like to go play or go try out my rogue, but with the way this is set up now, I mean, I'm probably just doing my 2 most powerful classes, the HoTA and the Ball Lightning Sork, because I mean, there's just no way I could do anything else. I'm not gonna even lie to you. I think the level 1 almost feels easier than a tier 100. Maybe it's because there's less. Again, I'm not exactly sure what the affixes are or how many. There might be maybe less, and that's why. Or it might just be because it's kind of just like a mob clearing out to like free prisoners or some dumb shit like that, quite honestly. Like, I much prefer this style of dungeon. It's like, kill everything, boss. Or in this case, bosses, I guess. But I much prefer this than, like, some of them aren't bad, some of them are fun. Like, it's like the one that's like, destroy the 2 sea bells or whatever they are. Like, that's kind of cool. But maybe it's because they're not like far away from each other either. The ones are like free 6 prisoners and there's guys attacking you as you're trying to free their prisoner. Not fun. Okay. So this starts at 2, right? And we're level 5. So what is that? 1 point... Oh, I'm trying to do math. It's 1 point something per level. Well, or no. It's a 0.02. So 1 to 2, 2.02, 2 to 3, 2.04, 3 to 4, 2.06, 4 to 5, 2.0. So it's 0.02 each time. Which again just doesn't feel great. So I got one more crafted. This is grindy. Just thinking about it. So I do this one, what? I'm still 5 more level 1s away from just getting it to 5 to 6. I mean, I get what they were going for. Also, again, the dungeon type does matter too, because I feel like I just killed like 7 elites off the rip there, and you see how fast the bar went up. I get they wanted to give something for people to do, but if you want people to do it, I feel like you need rewards for actually doing it, which, besides, what is it, the Zenith title or whatever it is, there's really no reward. And then I feel like you have to also make it reasonable. And to me, this feels like a little bit unreasonable to the point where it's like, at the moment, I should say, they can change, I feel like they can change XP numbers like very easily, I would assume. It just feels like a little too grindy, I guess. And then once you get to the higher levels, it does, scale up pretty good. But then again, also, your glyph XP scales up. So I think specifically to make it to level 50, where it gets to that max 5, not square, whatever, 5 radius, that has to definitely be easier. And I keep saying this, it would be so much easier for me to give them a pass if this was season 1. But no, this is season 2, so, I mean, honestly, almost like season 3, because you had the preseason, and then this is halfway through season 2. So, 6 months into a game, I don't know how much stuff you should be testing out like this and not have, like, they're basically going in blind. I mean, they've, like, said as much, I feel like. They're like, yeah, we're testing this out and seeing what people think, and we want your feedback. It's like, yeah, that's good, but this is also like I said, halfway through season 2 when you had a full 3-month season, a couple month pre-season, and then what, 1.5 months of season 2? Feels a little bit too late, like, to test out stuff. I mean, because I'm probably gonna not stream for too much longer. Been live for almost 5 hours, and I've barely made any progress on my glyph, which is nuts. But yeah, I feel like at some point, you know, it's just like they're playing too much catch up, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. This does not, me seeing this tiny ass amount doesn't feel good. I know I'm doing a level 1, but my glyph is also only level 5. Alright. Let's sell this shit. I can't even bother to look at it, to be honest. Be the best gear ever. Some will probably call me a moron, but I don't know why they made this. I said this yesterday. You see the ranks of steel grasp? They changed the color of the 2 to 3 for whatever reason. But it's only for like the passive skill ranks. It's not for, like, as you can see, there's a fire, poison, shadow. It's only the like ranks of skills that are changed colors, which is a bit strange. I'm not really sure why they did that. So what time is it? 2:27. Alright. I'll probably stream until I get this glyph to the next level, and then I'll probably call it. That'll be about, let's see how long we've been live for. Just over 5 hours. So, I feel like that'll be a good stream. I just forget how much XP I need. So, we'll craft 2 for now. I think we might need a 3rd one. But yeah, I think, at least for me, I think the level 1s are the best way to level up your glyph, between time, between lack of deaths, which also equals literally time, kind of like the, I don't know, the stress factor, at least for me. A lot of times if I'm not streaming, like, I'm like watching like TV shows in the background as I play, so I'm not like hyper focused. So I mean, I would even give up a little XP to be able to kind of like chill a little bit. But I don't even think we're doing that. I think you clear it faster, and your lack of chance of dying makes it probably at least, so I'll say every 10 levels. So at least pre-level 10, I think this is the best. Maybe once we hit level 10, like I said, we get that little boost of power. Maybe a tier 4 becomes like this, and then obviously we get more XP, so then that would make the most sense to do. But we can clear this in about, let's see, the other one is faster. This will probably take me about 3 minutes to clear the mobs, it seems like. This is actually one of the slower ones from what I've done before. I believe this dungeon is like Renegade's Retreat or something like that. Or Crusader's Cathedral. It's one of the two, honestly. Yeah, let's see. I mean, the level 1 is pretty much cake. I'm not gonna lie. Also, so after playing, I think kind of unanimously the two best classes, or not as much classes, builds in the game, HoTA and Ball Lightning. I think HoTa's got the edge because at least up to level 10 or so, because of the life pool. Now, I think it could potentially change because of the inconsistent damage, where Ball Lightning's damage is, I mean, it's about as consistent as it gets, just doing insane amounts. But I think that could potentially change maybe down the line. But Sork's huge flaw, I think, is the lack of health pool. Especially against those damn bosses at higher levels. I feel like it's so easy to die. And it's really frustrating to go through the entire level and, I mean, clear it within, like, this is probably a slower one. 30 minutes took us to get to the boss. You know, it's kind of speculating. But it's so, like, demoralizing to go through the whole thing just to die at the Bloodseekers, or whatever they're called at the end. Alright. So we're going to do one more. Get it ranked up to a whopping 6. Again, I'm going to reiterate, out of 200. 200. But probably do this one, and then I'll probably call it for a stream. It's been a pretty long one. Also, that attack power just sitting there is bonkers. Basically 50k. Okay. Ready to get bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, you definitely want to make sure. I think you want to go for the elites. I know once I started pushing those higher tiers, they took a while to kill, but I think they are still worth it with how much they fill that little progress bar. Although I just wiped out that entire mob and I seem to give it a good chunk. I gotta like slow it down and look and see kind of different tiers exactly what's going on. Because I feel like there's definitely gonna be a strat, whether that's to go for all the elites, whether that's to avoid all the elites because they take too long to kill and just kind of run through the rest of the map and kill the trash mobs, which, I mean, well, we're kind of bopping the regular ones anyway, or the elites anyway, but, you know, once you kind of get the higher levels. So I'm curious about that, and I'm curious about the Bloodseekers too, because, I mean, my best strategy so far has been to try to separate them so you're not getting like pummeled by all of them at once. This is again at higher levels, that the level 1 doesn't really matter too much, but the problem is, even when I do that, when I like try to like face tank them, I like basically insta die, and I don't think there's any other solution for that besides just more DR. So I wonder if we even take the Balta Will off of these too once we get it leveled up enough and just go for straight up damage reduction pants. Where are you going? Yeah, these guys get bopped, but they do some serious damage. Level 6, I mean, that's probably... So I only played the barb during this stream. It's been over 5 hours. I played it, I think, twice last night. So I got to level 2. It was just 2, I think, tier 1s. Maybe tier 1 and tier 2, whatever it was. So yeah, let's say it got up 5 going up like a level per hour. And that's at these early tiers. I mean, just seems like too much. Am I wrong? Alright. Let me teleport out of here. I'm going to call it a stream. It's been a good little day stream here. And I will definitely keep streaming this. I am having fun with it as much as I can play. I'm a whiner, well aware. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in either the next video or stream. I may come out with a video on what I've learned so far. I got to go back and kind of look at the VODs and see some things in terms of how much progress the elites give you, how much sigil dust we're getting, the times it's taking us to do each type of dungeon, what are the best maps, etc. So I might come out with a video on that, but either way, I'll either have video or stream up tomorrow. So definitely be on the lookout for that, and I will see you guys then.